to trade with reduced and exempted customs duties. This lowers trade costs and increases the competitiveness of your products compared to non-member countries. Beyond the potential to grow your own business, cross-border trade also contributes to economic development and ultimately helps to alleviate poverty in the region.
Exporting to South Africa, it's been very, very positive. For us as a small country to export there, it's huge.
They are the biggest consumers within our region.
By exporting to South Africa, being our closest trading partner has really helped us grow the company. We would not have been able to do as well as we have done. South Africa was the only market really for our product.
The more produce we sell and the more markets the US Trade Hub exposes us to, the more people we can actually develop.
The kind of commodities you might export to South Africa range from metals, minerals and machinery to foods and fabrics. Examples include meat and meat products, fish, medicinal plants and natural products, nuts, seeds and beans, moringa, honey, fruits, soya products, sauces, tea and coffee, textiles and clothing, personal protective equipment, handicrafts and accessories. It is important to note that some products have specific requirements regarding applicable taxes, certifications, permits, inspections, packaging, and grading. Additionally, your business needs to understand the processes, procedures, and implications involved. Is there a market for your product? Does your business have the skills and resources to export? What are the requirements and risks? What documents and certifications are needed? These considerations all need to be addressed and prepared for as early as possible to reduce costly mistakes and delays. The USAID Southern Africa Trade and Investment Hub has developed a regional cross-border trade toolkit specifically to answer your questions and to help you get export ready. This video series summarizes some of the most relevant aspects of the toolkit, and we're here to help you. Find out more about exporting to South Africa in the toolkit or by contacting the USAID Southern Africa Trade and Investment Hub.
Our next video is on the export processes. And for those of you who have been involved with exports, you will know that export processes start long before you actually have an order or before you even have to send a buyer a quote. It first starts with getting your business ready, understanding what your business is about and the requirements for exporting, such as the skills, and looking at whether or not you have the production levels in a factory or whether your raw material or goods are at the quality that is needed in the buying market. You also need to make sure that your product is export ready. So does your product have the quality that is required in South Africa? Does it have, can you actually process it to the level that we need, or do you have to send it in raw form for us to process it further? So there's a lot of things to think about when exporting to South Africa or any other country. You really need to have your processes in place, and you need to look at whether or not you are able to market in other countries, attend trade shows. Do you have the funds and finances for exporting? Because when you start exporting, you will find that you may get an order and you may only have your payment in 2 months' time from the buyer. So in that time, you will still need to be able to run your business and continue as normal. So it does take a lot of money and a lot of funds to be able to start exporting. I will now share the next video.
The process of exporting from southern African countries to South Africa begins long before the physical movement of goods. The first thing you need to do is to assess how ready you are to export. In terms of your business, you should consider aspects like: are you committed to building an export business and adapting your operations? Do you have the management skills and technical expertise in your business to undertake research and development and to execute all the administrative processes? Do you have the financial resources required to fund expansion into the international market and the capacity required to produce and manufacture goods to meet demand? In terms of your products, you need to assess if there's a demand for them in South Africa. What is the competition within the market? Will it be easy to find buyers? Are your products and packaging adaptable for the South African market if necessary?
A lot of research was done before venturing into South Africa. In every single business, you have competitors. We did research and found that there is a space for our products in South Africa.
So we did our research and identify that there is a niche of baby vegetable production. So that is where we see the niche that we need to cover here so that we are able to compete in South Africa.
Remember that you don't need to tick all the boxes to start exporting. Begin the process by registering as an exporter with the relevant local authorities, such as the Chamber of Commerce or Department of Trade. Some products require registrations with other government departments, like the Ministry of Agriculture. And you will need a certificate of origin to benefit from the exemption of customs duties within the Southern African Development Community. At this point, it is advisable to speak to a freight forwarding agent who will process customs clearance at the border. The agent will be able to discuss transport costs, which you'll need for the next stage of the process, quoting. When a potential buyer in South Africa requests a quote, you may need to include costs like transport and insurance, in addition to the product costs, depending on the agreement. These costs, along with other important details, are usually supplied on a pro forma invoice. Once the buyer accepts the quote, you will then need to establish a contract with the terms and conditions of the sale, covering payment method, delivery, and insurance. To learn about this in more detail, watch our video titled Contracts and Payments. When the conditions have been accepted by the buyer, you may start processing the order. This includes packaging your products and getting them ready for transport, as well as working with your freight forwarder to arrange transport and customs clearance. As much as this stage is about physically shipping products, a priority should be completing the relevant documents correctly and comprehensively. These documents, which include invoices, packing lists, transportation documents, and certificates of origin, are discussed in more detail in the Cross-Border Trade Toolkit, which also covers other aspects of exporting to South Africa.
The cross-border toolkit, we've used it. We're checking and cross-checking what do we have, where can we improve, what are the conditions, what are the certification that we need to meet. So we're gradually improving ourselves so that we're able to do some cross-border export.
Using the US Trade and Investment Hub covers a lot of these requirements, and they actually guide you and walk you through contracts.
The export process may seem detailed and daunting, but you don't necessarily need to be a large-scale business to export. If you're ready and willing, help is available. For information or guidance, contact the USAID Southern Africa Trade and Investment Hub.
Okay, our next video is on Incoterms, and some of you may have come across Incoterms over the years. Incoterms are international commercial terms. They were developed by the International Chamber of Commerce, and they are updated around every 10 years. Incoterms help the buyers and sellers decide how much of risk they want, what costs they need to pay for, and what tasks they need to do in the export process. So if you have a buyer in South Africa who asks you for a quote, you may have to decide where the delivery takes place, Once you have decided where the delivery takes place, you have to look at who pays for the costs, who pays for the transportation, the insurance for the cargo. So there's a lot to think about when it comes to the export process. Incoterms helps you make it easy to decide who does what, and also as a business, you would need to think about whether or not you can afford to do certain things. So if you have a shipment from the port of Luanda to Durban, where I am based, and it's coming via sea, that shipment might cost you $3,000 or $4,000 just for the sea freight. So you need to decide as a business, do you have that kind of money to pay in advance? And if you cannot, then you choose a different Incoterm. We will go into detail on the Incoterms a little later today, but I will now share the video just to give you an introduction to it. My apologies. I actually discussed the Incoterms video before it was supposed to be played. We were supposed to be showing contracts and payments, but I will show the Incoterms video quickly, and then we'll move on to contracts and payments.
Exporting your products to South Africa can be great for your business and your community. Of course, there are significantly more responsibilities and risks that you take on as an exporter compared to trading locally.
The risk and responsibilities when exporting, I think the greatest one is insurance. You need to make sure that you insure your goods because anything can happen.
The contractual agreements are so important. Payment terms are so important, and ensuring that you maintain quality from farm to the final client.
For this reason, the agreement or contract between the supplier and buyer is a crucial part of doing business. It should clearly and explicitly specify what each of you is responsible for, where those responsibilities start and end, and indicate what can happen if one of you does not fulfill your obligations. Fortunately, this part of your contract does not need to be created or written from scratch, as an established and globally accepted set of agreements already exist. Incoterms, or International Commercial Terms. Incoterms are published by the International Chamber of Commerce, or ICC for short. They've been used since 1936 and are updated every 10 years. The most recent update in 2020 has 11 different Incoterms, with different options applicable to different modes of transporting the goods. 7 of the options are appropriate for any mode of transport, and 4 are only applicable for sea and inland waterway transport. You can access more details on the ICC website and even download a wall chart which summarizes the 11 options. The USAID Southern Africa Trade and Investment Hub has also developed an easy-to-use summary tool to help you and the buyer choose the correct Incoterms for your order, with the most appropriate terms regarding delivery, costs, and risks. Once you decide on a specific Incoterm, you will be clear about your responsibilities regarding transport, the insurance cover you need to procure, where the goods must be delivered, which documents you must provide, and who is responsible for processing customs clearance. Buyers and sellers need to understand what they're responsible for during each transaction, and Incoterms provide an easy way to reduce the potential for legal complications, provided that each party understands their roles and obligations. In short, Incoterms help you and the buyer to minimize or avoid uncertainty and risks.
So the importance of a contract is to ensure that you, as the manufacturer and exporter, is safeguarded against anything that can go wrong.
As well as dealing with their clients, you need to ensure that you are contracted, you are sure of the payment terms, we are sure that they will not say your stock is not in good condition, whereas when it left here, it was in good condition. So the contractual agreement are so important.
The summary of the Incoterms, as well as help and guidance about other aspects of exporting, are provided in the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit. You can also contact the USAID Southern Africa Trade and Investment Hub.
Okay, so the next video is on contracts and payments, which I should have shown earlier. The contracts that you get into when you are dealing with international trade is not usually in it's not in one document. You will find that you will be sending emails to the buyer, they will be responding to you, and you will continuously negotiate different aspects of the deal itself. So contracts usually happen over email. You need to consider your obligations as a seller. The buyer needs to look at their own obligations and then look at the risks that you face. Look at payment methods. We have 4 payment methods in international trade. The first one is the cash in advance, where the buyer pays in advance when they place the order, or they may pay a part payment. So they might pay 50% of your price when they order, and then the other 50% when you deliver or when you send them the documents. Bank collections and letters of credit is usually when you have the banks involved, and we will be going into detail with the letters of credit as well, so you understand it better, because it is the most used method of payment because it has the least risk for international shipments. It is also quite costly, but when you are looking at payments where you're making $100,000 in payments, you'd rather have a little cost and then make sure that you do get your payment from the buyer. An open account is where you have the buyer only paying once you've sent them the documents or once they have received the goods itself. Now, we don't normally encourage new exporters to use the open account. This option is mainly for people who have been doing business a long time and for business within companies. So if you have a big group of companies, such as the car companies like Toyota, who will be exporting from Japan to South Africa, then yes, an open account is fine. But if you are a new exporter, it wouldn't be wise to be sending goods to someone you don't know in South Africa, and you don't know whether you will actually get the payment. So when it comes to international shipments and international trade, you have to be very careful about which payment methods you choose. I will now share the video on contracts and payment methods.
To start the contract process, you send a quote to the buyer. If the buyer is happy with terms and price, they will accept your quote. Congratulations! You're a giant step closer to becoming an exporter. But before you celebrate, remember that there are risks and responsibilities for you and your buyer. So it is in both of your interests to make sure you have a contract that is clear and comprehensive. In international trade, the contract is seldom one single document. It is the negotiation that usually happens by email between the buyer and the seller. A good contract will stipulate the details, terms and conditions of the sale, protecting both parties, helping to avoid risks like non-delivery or non-payment, and make the responsibilities of the buyer and supplier explicit. Broadly, your obligations as the seller are to deliver the goods, hand over all relevant documents, and transfer ownership of the goods. The goods must conform to the description, quality, and quantity you committed to, and must be packaged in a way that preserves and protects the contents. The buyer's obligations are to comply with the agreed formalities, pay for the goods, and take delivery. The contract must specify where and when delivery will take place, where risk passes, and who is responsible for which costs. The International Chamber of Commerce, Incoterms, provides a simple way to state these requirements. To learn about this in more detail, watch our video titled Incoterms. One of the most important components of the contract is your and the buyer's agreement on how and when you will be paid. There are various methods of payment. Cash in advance is the most secure for the exporter, as you are paid in part or in full before delivering the goods. However, this method is used infrequently, as it places the financial burden and risk on the buyer. A letter of credit is a bank's written undertaking to make payment once the required documents are submitted. Letters of credit involve many different parties and are more expensive than most other payment methods, but they provide security for both the seller and the buyer. A cheaper but less secure option is a bank collection. This is where through your bank you can send a document to the buyer initiating the collection of money owed to you. Although this is legally binding, it does not give you as much protection as a letter of credit. Lastly, you can sell on an open account basis, whereby you send shipping documents directly to your buyer, who should then pay you. This carries a risk of non-payment and is usually used by big established sellers and buyers. It's not recommended for new exporters, and if you do use this option, export credit insurance is advisable. So, your products have been shipped, risk has passed to the buyer, everyone has fulfilled their obligations, and you've been paid. Now you can sell.
We are just pausing the video so that we can sort out the interpretation.
¿Puedes reiniciar, Mary? Can you reinitiate the video?
Yes, I will.
Sim, conseguimos ouvir, Sr. Narciso?
To start the contract process, you send a quote to the buyer. If the buyer is happy with the terms and price, they will accept your quote. Congratulations! You're a giant step closer to becoming an exporter. But before you celebrate, remember that there are risks and responsibilities for you and your buyer. So it is in both of your interests to make sure you have a contract that is clear and comprehensive. In international trade, the contract is seldom one single document. It is the negotiation that usually happens by email between the buyer and the seller. A good contract will stipulate the details, terms and conditions of the sale, protecting both parties, helping to avoid risks like non-delivery or non-payment, and make the responsibilities of the buyer and supplier explicit. Broadly, your obligations as the seller are to deliver the goods, hand over all relevant documents, and transfer ownership of the goods. The goods must conform to the description, quality, and quantity you committed to, and must be packaged in a way that preserves and protects the contents. The buyer's obligations are to comply with the agreed formalities, pay for the goods, and take delivery. The contract must specify where and when delivery will take place, where risk passes, and who is responsible for which costs. The International Chamber of Commerce, Incoterms, provides a simple way to state these requirements. To learn about this in more detail, watch our video titled Incoterms. One of the most important components of the contract is your and the buyer's agreement on how and when you will be paid. There are various methods of payment. Cash in advance is the most secure for the exporter, as you are paid in part or in full before delivering the goods. However, this method is used infrequently, as it places the financial burden and risk on the buyer. A letter of credit is a bank's written undertaking to make payment once the required documents are submitted. Letters of credit involve many different parties and are more expensive than most other payment methods, but they provide security for both the seller and the buyer. A cheaper but less secure option is a bank collection. This is where through your bank you can send a document to the buyer initiating the collection of money owed to you. Although this is legally binding, it does not give you as much protection as a letter of credit. Lastly, you can sell on an open account basis, whereby you send shipping documents directly to your buyer, who should then pay you. This carries a risk of non-payment and is usually used by big established sellers and buyers. It's not recommended for new exporters, and if you do use this option, export credit insurance is advisable. So, your products have been shipped, risk has passed to the buyer, everyone has fulfilled their obligations, and you've been paid. Now you can celebrate. For more details, information and guidance, you can consult the Cross-Border Trade Toolkit or contact the USAID Southern Africa Trade and Investment Hub.
So those are the videos that were created for the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit, which gives you an idea of what to expect in the toolkit itself. We will now be moving on into the products that we have looked at for exports into the region. We have looked at products like groundnuts, honey, fish, salt, dates, coffee, sesame seeds, and many other products that can be exported into South Africa. When we looked at the products, we looked at what was the requirements for importing into South Africa, because we found that those who were exporting to South Africa had delays, and they were faced with fines, and a lot of problems at the border because they did not have the right documentation. So from the South African point, we looked at what was required to import from countries like Angola, Mozambique, Malawi, Eswatini, and a few other countries. And we looked at what skills we could look at that were not understood properly. So we looked at each of these products to see what the process was and what documents. So things like import permits, if there was any inspections involved, then we put it onto the toolkit itself. So if you go to page, I think it's page 36 of the Portuguese version, I could be wrong. So it should be around page 36, where you will find the commodity specific requirements, okay, which will be a table like what is in front of you on the screen right now. Okay. So what we've done is we've looked at the VAT calculations. Remember, when you are exporting from within the SADC region, you do not pay customs duties, but you do need to make sure that you have a certificate of origin, which you would normally get from the department or from the Chamber of Commerce or the Department of Trade and Industry. So you will have to find out locally how you would be able to get a certificate of origin when you are exporting to South Africa. And when you have that certificate of origin, then you do not need to worry about customs duties. When you are looking at VAT, so we've got the first product, which is groundnuts, and we looked at how do you calculate VAT, because even though you do not have to pay customs duties, you still need to pay VAT, depending on what the VAT amount is in your country. And here in South Africa, we would also need to pay VAT when we are importing. So the VAT is calculated at 15% of your FOB value, plus duties, plus excise, fuel tax, and 10% of the FOB value, right? We will be doing an assignment later today where you'll need to understand how to calculate the VAT, but you need to know that on the assignment, your FOB value is $20,000. Then your normal duties, you don't have to worry about because it is within the SADC region. So that will be 0% or zero itself. Excise duties will be dependent on what type of cargo it is. So excise duties is mainly for luxury goods. So in the cosmetics industry, you have some products that do incur excise duties because they are seen as luxury goods. So your normal products like soap are not luxury goods, they are normal everyday products. But if you are using sunscreen, that's more of a luxury product, and then you may have to pay like 7 or 9% excise duties, right? And then you'd have to look at what the local fuel tax is and the 10% of your FOB value, which is an additional cost. So you need to calculate 15% of all of these costs added together. And then you've got your total landed cost. So to look at your total landed cost of getting any product to South Africa, you will need to look at your ex-works cost. Ex-works is one of the Incoterms that we'll be discussing later. But just so you understand now, ex-works, when we look at it in relation to the cargo, it means that the cargo has been manufactured, it's been processed, and it's been packaged and ready to be loaded onto a truck. So if you are exporting goods, so if you are exporting clothes or if you are exporting any of the finished goods, then we will look at how do you process it, what do you need to do and package and so on. So you need to go through the full process of getting your raw materials, sourcing it, processing it, making sure it's ready and packaged to be loaded onto the truck. So whether it goes into big bags or if it goes into boxes or cartons, when we talk about ex-works, it means it is ready to just be loaded onto a truck, right? And then for your total landed cost, so all of those costs to get that product ready and ready to be loaded onto the truck, that is your ex-works cost. Then you have your origin charges, which will be your cost of transporting the goods from your warehouse or from your business to the port or to the border. You also have to look at insurance. So depending on what Incoterm you choose, you may have different insurance amounts, but this is insurance for the cargo itself, right? And your freight which could be your sea freight, your air freight, or trucking. Okay, and then you would look at your duties and taxes. So your total landed cost is looking at all the cost of getting the goods to destination. And as exporters, you need to understand that you obviously would need to know what costs you are incurring, because all of these costs, and depending on the Incoterm you choose, you need to put it into your quote. So your quote will include whatever costs you are incurring, such as your insurance, the transport cost, the cost of getting the goods ready, which is the ex-works cost. So everything needs to be included in the quote if you are incurring those costs. And remember that if you don't put it in the quote right at the beginning, you may lose out, and this may eat into your profits. So you need to be very careful when you are quoting a client or a buyer. Okay. So for ground nuts, an import permit is needed when you are exporting to South Africa. So when dealing with an importer in South Africa and they want to order something from you, an agricultural product, you need to ask them if they have an import permit. And an import permit here in South Africa takes up to 30 days. So it's quite a long time. So you need to make sure that before you export to the client in South Africa, they must have that import permit, because if they don't, the goods will be stopped for inspection. Okay. And then you do have inspections for groundnuts. Okay. Do we have, I think we've covered a bit of information with the videos up to now. Are there any questions before I move forward? Before I go into detail with all the other products as well.
There's no questions. We can proceed.
Okay. So moving on to macadamia nuts. Again, your VAT will be calculated in the same way. Your total landed cost will be calculated in the same way. An import license is required, so the importer must get it. So when you are exporting agricultural products, you need to make sure that you have your phytosanitary certificates. So you will need to contact the Department of Agriculture and find out what the process is to get a phytosanitary certificate, find out how long it takes and how much it costs. Because you do not want to get your goods ready for delivery and you haven't gotten your phytosanitary certificates, which could delay your shipments. And then you're going to have a very unhappy client in South Africa or wherever you are exporting to. Cashew nuts, you do not need an import license here in South Africa, but you may still need a phytosanitary certificate. So please, before you export any agricultural products, make sure that you are following the rules of what's needed for the goods to get or to leave Angola. And you know the processes and how to deal with the Department of Agriculture and all the other departments. And remember, with exporting, there's so many different organizations you will be involved with. So you will need to keep track of all of that. Then we have soya beans and products. Soya beans, they do need import licenses, and you also need to look at the protein content of soya. So depending on who your buyer is, they may have different requirements for your agricultural products. So you need to be very careful in what you are offering them and make sure that you can actually have the quality that they want, really. Honey, we do need an import permit here in South Africa. You will need to get a phytosanitary certificate. It will be inspected. We also have a honey fact sheet on the regional cross-border trade toolkit. So when you go through the toolkit, you'll find that there will be a few fact sheets. One is on honey, then you have one on meat and meat products. There's another fact sheet on beans, and there's one on agricultural products. So it helps you further with the processes that need to be followed for exporting into South Africa. Sugar beans, we do need an import license for sugar beans when we import into South Africa. Please remember that beans as well, you have different qualities depending on whether it's dried beans or canned beans. So you need to understand the different qualities that you are offering and price it accordingly. And there will be inspections when it does arrive in South Africa. Then we have fish. We do need an import license when importing fish into South Africa. And also remember, when you're dealing with products like fish, which is one of the products for Angola as well, you need to make sure that you have it packaged and you have it transported so nothing happens to the goods. So when you're looking at fish, you will need refrigerated containers or refrigerated trucks. And you also need to be very careful about what temperature you are transporting it at, because fish needs to be at the lowest temperatures possible so that it lasts longer. And we all know that fish can get stale very quickly. So for normal meat, you might need to have it at -18 degrees, but fish has to be at a much colder temperature. So where possible, do get reefer containers or reefer trucks that's equipped to keep fish at the right temperatures. We then move on to meat and meat products. Meat products, we do need an import permit, and this will be with the Department of Agriculture and dealing with the animal health department itself. We do have a fact sheet on meat and meat products. So, and when you look at meat and meat products, also look at animal skins, because we do have requirements for that. So those as well, you need to be very wary of exporting that. We have very strict requirements in South Africa for meat as well when we are importing it. We will need to know exactly where it originated. So if you are importing from another country and processing the meat and then sending it to South Africa, we will need to know where you imported it from. So our Department of Agriculture is absolutely strict. So I think that is why a lot of companies struggle to export to South Africa. So the point of the toolkit is so that you know in advance, these are the requirements, and you can talk to the buyer and see if you can meet the requirements. So you can continue business without having delays and without having any fines. We also look at textiles and apparel. There are no import licenses required for textile and apparel, but there are tariff quotas, which means that there is a maximum amount of cargo or of a specific product that we can import. So we have tariff quotas when a country is trying to protect an industry. So here in South Africa, we are trying to rebuild our textile industry. So we will say, okay, we will import textiles and clothing, but we'll have a limit to the amount of textiles and clothing that we will import. Once we've imported to that limit, then after that, it's normal customs duties. So in the meantime, until you get to the limit, there is no customs duties under SADC, but once we get over the limit, then there will be customs duties. Okay, so that is something you need to keep in mind when you're looking at tariff quotas. That is basically a limit to the amount you can import. Salt, we need an import license for salt, and it does get inspected when it comes to South Africa. Olive oil as well, we need an import license and it will get inspected. So please make sure for certain products, you will need to have your export certificates ready, your phytosanitary certificates and so on. Sources, so depending on how the sources are processed, you don't need import permits here. We won't need import permits. Especially if it's heat treated, but please make sure your packaging is in accordance to what we require, as it might be inspected as well. Moving on to dates. We don't need an import permit in South Africa, but it may be inspected when it does enter the country. Raisins, you don't need an import permit, but it may be inspected. Table grapes, also it may be inspected when it comes into the country. I've put here as well for the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, the duties is 8%. So under SADC, you are not paying customs duties, but under the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, you may have to pay duties. So make sure that when you are exporting, you do have your SADC country or certificate of origin under SADC. So you are using the SADC benefits of no customs duties. Because if you are not, it may actually go on to the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, and then you will definitely have to pay customs duties. Because under the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, customs duties is not exempt on all products. It just means that some products may have lower customs duties, but you're not exempt. So please bear that in mind as you move forward with exports and with trade. Tea, we do need import permits, and you may have inspections depending on the type of tea that's imported into South Africa. Bananas need import permits into South Africa. So most of the agricultural products will need import permits. So please keep that in mind when you are discussing it with buyers. And exporters must make sure that they have their phytosanitary certificates when they are packing their goods. Specialized beans, we need import permits. So again, you need your phytosanitary certificates on your side, and there may be inspections of your beans when it arrives here. Coffee, we need import permits in South Africa. You will need your phytosanitary certificate. It will be inspected when it comes to South Africa. And we do have prohibitions in South Africa for coffee. It must not contain any coloring or any other substances on it. So you cannot treat it in any way. So it will not be allowed into the country if it is. Sesame seeds, you don't need an import permit, but you may need a phytosanitary certificate on the export side, and it might be inspected when it comes into South Africa. Pistachios, we do need an import permit in South Africa. So you will need to make sure that you have a phytosanitary certificate, and it may be inspected. So the reason why we are going through all of this commodities is to make sure that you are aware that there are different requirements. And in many cases, we do need import licenses when it's being imported. We have to be very careful about what kind of agriculture we import into South Africa, what kind of meat we import into South Africa. So the rules are very strict. And as importers, we need to make sure that we are meeting the requirement. And you as exporters, you also need to make sure that you are doing your part of it with getting the documentation on the export side, like the phytosanitary certificates, the certificate of origin, and so on. Okay. Bottled water, we do need an import license, but it may not actually be inspected. Moringa, we do need an import license, but also you may need a site certificate. So CITES is the Convention for the International Trade of Endangered Species. So it's a convention for international trade of endangered species. So this could be fauna or flora. So a lot of cosmetics products may have different types of plant ingredients in it. So you might need CITES certificates for that, just to state that it's not on the endangered list. But CITES, the website does have a list of endangered species. So you will need to, for some, you might need to get a CITES certificate in your country. Okay. And import inspections are done for moringa itself. Medicinal plants as well, we need import permits and we need CITES certificates. And yes, if something is mentioned as medicinal products, they will be inspected when they come into South Africa. Handicrafts and accessories. We don't need import permits, but please bear in mind that if it's leather products, you might need an import certificate. And if it's any animal skin products. So it's, a lot of accessories are made with leather. Some are made with different animal skins. So when we import, we might actually need an import permit, and that's where we will contact the animal health department and try and get a permit from them. Then you have cosmetics. Here again, you do need the CITES certificates because of the endangered flora. Okay, so if there's different herbal products in it or whatever it is, it depends on the ingredients of the cosmetics product. And also remember, cosmetics, it can be you may need to pay excise duties because it can be seen as luxury goods. So if it's sunscreen or if it's different type of face creams, you may need to have to pay excise duties because some of this is luxury goods. Okay, and then you have PPE, which is your personal protective equipment. So this goes back to COVID and using your mask, and some of these masks are made with materials and they're textiles, so a tariff quota may apply. So it depends on what HS code is used when clearing it. So you need to check whether or not a tariff quota does apply and if the limits have been reached before you export. Okay, so those are all the different products that we've looked at in the toolkit. We may not have covered every single product, and we haven't covered every product that's available in all the countries. We have just chosen a few products in each country where, after dealing with exporters, the USA Trade Hub had decided on specific products and looked at how we can actually make the processes more smooth for exporting. If you do have other products that you would like to export, or if there's questions on that, and any information you may require, then please contact the USA Trade Hub, or you can contact me directly. And I will share my details at the end of this presentation. But in the meantime, just so you know, these are the products we've looked at already and we've got the requirements for them. But if there's anything else that you do need, please let us know. Okay. Are there any questions before we move on to payment methods and Incoterms?
Yes, we have a question. Just a minute.
Okay.
Sim, eu gostaria de saber qual foi a base para a seleção desses produtos que esteve aqui a descrever.
Okay. Thank you for the question. The products were based on the requirements from the trade partners for the USA Trade Hub. They had a few webinars, and a lot of people and companies came forth and said they're trying to export certain products and they were having problems with it. So that was chosen, I think, in 2020, before I started on the project. So it was based on what the countries had said at the time. But if you do have any other products that you want to look at, then please contact me or contact the USA Trade Hub, and we'll try and help you with finding the requirements here for exporting into South Africa. I hope that answers your question. Are there any other questions?
There's another one. Just a minute.
Eu gostava de saber quais são os procedimentos para podermos ter um certificado de origem da SADC.
So your certificate of origin, you will need to contact your Chamber of Commerce or the Department of Trade and Industry. And to get a certificate of origin, the product has to be from Angola, and it has to be manufactured or processed in Angola. So the idea behind it is to make sure that people benefiting from the SADC exemption from customs duties are actual, people in the countries themselves. So it has to be Angolan businesses owned and operated by, somebody from Angola, and the product must be processed and made or manufactured in Angola before it's exported. So you cannot import a product from China and send it to South Africa and then have no customs duties. The same way the same way we in South Africa cannot import from China or the USA and then export to Angola under SADC. Okay, so under SADC, it has to be manufactured or processed within the country, and it must be from the country. Okay, does that answer your question?
Sim, foi respondida. Temos mais uma questão.
Okay, thank you.
Sim, eu gostaria de saber, aqui no anexo das carnes e derivados de carne, falou-se que há necessidade de ter um certificado do animal, neste caso gostaria de saber concretamente que certificado é esse que refere-se. Certificado do animal. No anexo carne e derivados, anexo B.
When it comes to meats, oh, thank you for the question. When it comes to meats, I can hear the Portuguese translation. So, okay, so when it comes to meat and meat products, you will need certification from the state vet in Angola. So the state vet will most likely be under the Department of Agriculture. So when you are exporting, the state vet will actually have to come and inspect the product and make sure it is from Angola. And you will get a certificate from them. You will have to find out how long the process is, because we need proof that the product is from Angola. So if you are exporting, no, I mean on the English channel. Okay. Okay, so if you are exporting meat, then you will need to deal with the state vet in your country to assess it. Okay, I can still hear Portuguese. Sorry, apologies to the participants. Okay, when we import meat in South Africa, we are very, very strict because different countries may have animals with diseases. There's different qualities. So if I am importing from you in South Africa, I need to submit an application form with our animal health department to get permission to import. And only once I have an import certificate can I import the meat. So I will ask you for a price and you will send me the information of what meat you'll be sending me, and I'll use that information to get an import permit. So they'll need to know who you are as the seller. They'll need to know who I am as the buyer and what the product is that I am importing. Okay, I hope that explains it.
É possível
Are there
fazer mais
any
uma
other
questão?
questions?
Sim, só um minuto.
Colocou um ponto importante quando
Okay.
referiu em relação a importar produtos e transformar aqui e depois exportarem. No caso da Angola, falo especificamente no caso da Food Care, na produção, vou falar de um produto em específico que é a moamba de Jinguba. Nós em Luanda, ou em Angola, não temos emulsifiers, que são estabilizadores para, por exemplo, não haver separação entre a moamba de Jinguba ou a manteiga de amendoim e o óleo. E no nosso caso importamos da África do Sul, mas podemos estar a exportar para um outro país que não seja a África do Sul. Como é que a África do Sul varia, por exemplo, um ingrediente que nós não temos aqui, que nós importamos com todas as certificações, para adicionar ao produto que vai ser processado em Angola? Se haveria alguma proibição ao emitirem o import permit da SADC, não é? Se haveria algum problema desse produto entrar na África do Sul? Já agora é uma questão pertinente.
There's no prohibition for that. If it is within the SADC region and you are importing to process and export it back to us, that will not be a problem, because we are still within the SADC region, both countries, and we are just trading with each other. And sometimes we in South Africa will import from different countries within the SADC region. We will process and then re-export, because different countries don't have the same processing capabilities. So that should be fine under SADC. Okay, are there any other questions before we continue with methods of payment?
Não, não há mais nenhuma questão.
Okay, when you are exporting and dealing with a buyer, one of the most important things is to look at how will you be paid, because you don't want to be in business to lose money. You are actually in business to make money. So when you are negotiating with the buyer, not just the price of your goods, you also have to negotiate what kind of payment method you use. So we have 4 payment methods, as mentioned earlier. The first one is cash in advance. Then we have letters of credit. We also have documentary credit and open account. These are in detail in more detail in the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit, but you can just follow on the presentation for now. Okay. So the first option, which is cash in advance, this is where the buyer pays in advance. It is a good option for a seller, because if you are selling the product, that means when you send me an invoice or a pro forma invoice, you can say, okay, you want payment when that invoice is sent, and I've agreed to that. So that means before you have even processed the product and gotten it ready for delivery, you could already have your payment, right? So this can be negotiated further, where you can say you want 50% when you send me the pro forma invoice or when the goods are ready, and you want the other 50% when you send me the documents. So this has a lot of benefits for the seller, but for the buyer, it is very risky, because if I've paid you in advance and I have given you the money, and now I don't know whether you will actually send the goods to me. And this does sometimes happen in international trade. So when dealing with buyers and sellers, you need to make sure you are dealing with legitimate companies. And that is why, I encourage exporters to work with the USA Trade Hub to find buyers. And also the USA Trade Hub has the African Trade Platform, where you can actually market your goods on it, right? And that you can speak to Nelly about. But when you're looking at your methods of payment, you have to be very careful about the companies that you're dealing with and how you decide this. So cash in advance is great for you as a seller. Not all buyers will agree to it unless they know that they're going to have a long-term relationship with you, and it's a product that they really want to buy. But also remember, when we are buying from overseas, we also, most of things are paid for in advance. So just bear that in mind. And if you would like, then use at least 50% to get your get funds available to you in advance. Because remember, it costs money to process the goods. It costs money to source the raw materials, to have labor there to manufacture. So everything that you do to get the goods ready for export costs a lot of money. So if you can get payment in advance, I would say please go for it, so you can keep your business running and continue, with that export process and be able to do things properly, okay, without having to worry about funds, because it does cost a lot of money to do things at the beginning when you're exporting. The second payment method is your letter of credit. The letter of credit is where you have the bank involved, and the bank actually has an undertaking to make payment and to collect the documents. The letter of credit can become a bit complicated and frustrating because firstly, it is costly, and secondly, it's based on the documents that you have to submit. So you could send me a quote from Angola and I'd say, okay, I'm happy with the price, but I don't want to make a cash in advance payment. I want to use a letter of credit, right? And I want my bank involved. So what I would do is I would take your pro forma invoice and your contact details, your bank's contact details, and I go to my bank here in South Africa, and I would tell them, so if I go to Standard Bank here in South Africa, I tell them I want to open a letter of credit with an exporter in Angola. So if you are banking with the Bank of Angola, they will, Standard Bank, which is my bank, will contact your bank. So they'll contact the Bank of Angola and they will ask them and verify whether your company exists and whether your business, or you have a business account with them. And actually they'll do some checks on my behalf, right? To make sure that whoever I'm buying from is legitimate. So they'll contact the Bank of Angola. The Bank of Angola will confirm that your business exists and you have an account with them. And then we will decide, okay, we're going to draw up the letter of credit. So the letter of credit can be like a one-page document, but it is a very, very important document. Because on it, it will have all the details that we have agreed to. So it will be the price, the product. If I'm ordering fish from you, then it will be the amount of fish. So let's just say I order 10 tons of fish from you. Then you will actually make sure that you would have to be sending me 10 tons of fish, and we would decide how it's being packaged. So however it's being packaged, whether it's 100 cartons of fish, it will all have to be stated on the letter of credit, and it has to be correctly done. So once we've decided on the letter of credit and our Incoterms, all of that information goes on the letter of credit, and then we wait for you to get the goods ready. Once the goods are ready, you will package it and you will get it transported. As soon as it is transported, you will take your documents. So you'll have to get the packing list ready, the commercial invoice ready, the bill of lading ready, certificate of origin, and your phytosanitary or whatever other certificates you need for exporting fish. You'll need all of those documents, and you'll go to the bank and say, okay, here are the documents. I have shipped these goods to the buyer. I've shipped it to Mary. It's already on the ship itself. And the Bank of Angola will check the documents. If they are happy with it, with all the details on the documents, and it's according to the letter of credit. So we said 100 cartons of fish, and on your document, on the bill of lading, it says 100 cartons of fish. Then they will be happy to send the documents to Standard Bank, my bank. Once they have sent it to my bank will check the documents. If they're happy with it, they will release the payment to Bank of Angola, who will give you your payment, right? So here, remember this, when you're dealing with letters of credit, it's about the documents. As soon as you, the exporter, has sent the documents to the bank and they are happy with it, they'll give you your payment. Because when we have signed that letter of credit, they've already taken the money out of my account. So if I've ordered for you, from you, for an amount of $20,000, as soon as we sign the letter of credit, they've already taken out that money from my account and kept it for when you send the documents. So we would have signed the letter of credit, you would have shipped the goods, then you go to your bank and submit the goods and submit the documents. If the bank's happy with the documents, then they will make payment to you. If they are not happy with the documents, you will have to go and change the documents. So with a letter of credit, you need to be very careful with the information that's on the documents. And you also need to be aware that if you said that you're going to ship from Luanda, the port of Luanda, by the 5th of March, 2022. So you've said, okay, you're going to ship by that date. And if it goes on time before the 5th of March, you will get your money from the bank. If it's loaded onto the ship on the 7th of March, for any delay, whether it's out of your hands or not, then you will not get payment. So remember the letter of credit, everything has to be correct. The timing of your shipment, you have to be very careful about what you agree to. So you need to make sure that delivery happens on the ship on time, and that will be dependent on your Incoterm and all of that. So your delivery has to be on time, because once it's shipped late, they won't make payment until we go back and change the letter of credit, which is another costly affair, right? So please bear that in mind. So you've got your cash in advance, you've got your letter of credit payment method, then you've got your documentary credit. So documentary credit is similar to the letter of credit, but it's cheaper. And here the bank doesn't take the money out of my account, and they don't really worry too much about checking the documents. So it is more risky than the letter of credit. It is just us just having our banks in between collecting the documents on our behalf and doing the payment on our behalf, right? Then you've got the open account. The open account is where you send me the documents or the goods, and then I pay after you've sent the documents or the goods. So you get the shipment ready, we decide on whatever Incoterm we are using. You do the transportation or I do the transportation. So, but I will only make payment after either the delivery or the receiving the documents. So this means you've gotten the shipment ready. You spent all that money getting the product ready and getting it packaged, but you will only get the payment once you've made delivery to me. This is very risky for the seller because you don't know, especially if it's a new buyer you're dealing with. So if I'm new to you and you don't know me, I may take my time with paying you. So instead of paying immediately when I get the goods, I may take another few weeks or a few months. So the reason why we're looking at these 4 payment methods, which is the cash in advance, the letter of credit, the documentary credit, and the open account is because you need to understand that when we're dealing with international trade, we don't have the same legal systems in both our countries, right? We deal with totally different legal systems. We are all also dealing with totally different languages. So there's quite a few barriers here. If something goes wrong, it is very hard for us to fix it because I have never been to Angola. As much as I would love to come there, I haven't been there. So I don't know where you are based in Angola, and you don't know where I am based in Durban or in South Africa. So it's very hard for you to track me down. And even if you do track me down, you'd have to find a way to get payment. And because we are dealing with different legal systems, and it is an international trade shipment, it'll be very hard for you to get your payment out of me if you've already sent me the goods and the documents, right? So that is why we look at the methods of payment, because as an exporter, you need to choose a payment method that is the best for you. So either the cash in advance or the letter of credit. Those are the most secure for a seller. Okay, so those are the 4 payment methods. Does anyone have any questions before I move on to Incoterms? Is the information clear on payment methods?
Está claro. Tem só um minuto, há uma questão.
Okay, thank you.
Ok. Na verdade, é mais aqui um pequeno esclarecimento, porque eu acho que a grosso modo já foi dito. Mas eu queria ver aqui de uma forma assim mais específica. Por que é que se diz que a carta de crédito é o método mais caro, né? E depois podemos utilizar um exemplo de um banco qualquer, saber especificamente quais são os custos que estão envolvidos numa carta de crédito ou na abertura de uma carta de crédito.
The letter of credit, because you are actually paying to do it, it is more expensive than all the other methods. Normally for the other methods, you're not paying additional charges for it. And remember, if you have low value cargo, every single bit of money that you're spending adds on to the price that you're paying. So yes, it may not be expensive to you, but it might actually be expensive for the buyer. Because everything else, you're not paying money to just, do the transaction. And that's what you're paying for. You're paying additional money for that transaction. So it may add on to the cost of your product, which even the buyer might not be happy with as much as the thing. So you personally may not see it as expensive, but the next person may. And it's because it's an additional charge. Does that explain what you need or not? Are there any other questions?
Yes, there's another question.
Sim, ainda sobre o método de pagamento, isto é nas cartas de crédito, gostaria de saber, em casos mais práticos, há já experiência de resultados neste método de bancos sul-africanos a participarem neste programa?
Sorry, I cannot hear the interpreter. Yes, I can hear you.
Sim, sim. Eu gostaria de saber quanto ao método de pagamento cartas de crédito, não é? Uma vez que envolve a banca, gostaria de saber se em casos mais práticos há já bancos sul-africanos a participarem neste programa, se já teve algum resultado positivo quanto a este método de carta de crédito.
Not clearly.
Posso, não é? Assim, gostaria de saber, no método cartas de crédito, gostaria de saber em casos mais práticos se os bancos, há já bancos na África do Sul a participarem deste programa, se já tem algum resultado, algum êxito neste método de cartas de crédito.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. I think we have 4 main banks in South Africa, which is Standard Bank, First National Bank, ABSA, and Nedbank. And then we've got a few newer banks, but most of the banks are able to use letter of credit. Okay, I can still hear the Portuguese interpretation. Personally, my experience has been when I was in shipping and dealing with customers who had letters of credit, where if something was wrong on their bill of lading, they would have to submit their bills of lading and have them changed. So it was a very long process for them to change the bills of lading. And if they lost the bills of lading, it became a very, very big problem with the banks. Because if you do lose a bill of lading, you need to sign letters of indemnities. We had banks who had to sign the letters of indemnities as well. So anything that goes wrong with a letter of credit, and especially when dealing with the bills of lading, it adds on a lot of cost, because with when you have to change a bill of lading, you are charged a certain amount of money, and then to reissue the bill of lading, that's also an additional cost. So letters of credit can become very tedious, but once you know the process, it becomes easier. So the main focus should be, when you're dealing with a letter of credit, is making sure all your documents are correct and there are no mistakes on it before you send it to the bank. Because if there are mistakes, the bank will reject your documents. the letter of credit is governed by the UCP 600, which is global standards for letters of credit, and it is a standard of how each bank would have to follow the process to check letters of credit, to check the documents. So globally, there is accepted standards for what the banks need to do, right? So letters of credit do become a problem, but as exporters, you need to make sure that all your documents are correct. Okay, so that is the experience. My experience is more from the shipping side and what can go wrong. And I've seen a lot go wrong with letters of credit. So that's from my side. Are there any other questions?
There's another question.
Okay.
Bom, eu gostaria de saber, relativamente ao pagamento adiantado. Bom, não sei se agora está melhor. Muito bom. Bom, o pagamento adiantado, como estamos a ver na descrição, é o pagamento, a forma mais segura, mas é pouco utilizada, ou seja, é usada com pouca frequência. Podia nos dizer quais as razões que fazem com que seja este pagamento feito com pouca frequência?
When I say it's the safest method of payment, I mean it's the safest for the seller. So if you are selling a product to me, I can pay you in advance, right? But I don't know if I'm going to get the product from you. It's because you have the money now. You don't even have to send me the product. I don't even know you. Okay, so that is why we don't normally use cash in advance. But what you will find is people are using it more and more, especially if you are an established seller and you know that, you know, you may not know me as a buyer and you can insist that you want cash in advance. And I can decide whether or not to pay. But the payment method is a negotiation between the seller and the buyer. So as much as it's safe for the seller, it's not safe for the buyer. So when I said it's safe, I meant it's safe for you as an exporter. But if I make payment to you, I need to be sure that I'm going to get the goods. And I mean, there's been fraud in international trade, whether it's people not sending goods or whether it's people not paying. These things happen. And that is why I would advise go for the letter of credit because you have more surety that you will get paid. And I have more surety that I'll get the goods. Okay, if we are happy, can we move on to Incoterms quickly before you break for lunch?
We can proceed.
Thank you. Okay, as I've said before, international Incoterms are international commercial terms. And let me just find the page. I think it's on page 31 of your toolkit. I could be wrong. Either 31 or 36, I'm not sure. Okay, so you will find Incoterms there on your toolkit, broken down into details. It's towards the end of your toolkit. So Incoterms are international commercial terms. They were developed by the International Chamber of Commerce. And what we will look at today is how you choose the Incoterms, right? So you as an exporter, you will need to make sure that you are choosing the correct Incoterm based on your experience in international trade, looking at the risk associated with an Incoterm and the responsibilities, as well as your experience dealing with transporters and international shipping companies and clearing and forwarding companies. Incoterms are basically acronyms, but what they do is that they make it easier for you to deal with international trade. So when you are quoting me and you send me the quote and we discuss when delivery takes place, then we have to discuss who books the cargo and with which clearing and forwarding agent, right? Who is responsible for the transport every step of the way? So right from your warehouse or your premises, how are we going to get the cargo to the port if we're using sea freight? Which shipping line are we going to use? And when it comes to Durban, who's doing the export clearance? Who's going to pay the shipping charges at origin? Who's going to pay for the sea freight? Who's going to pay for the import clearance? Who's going to do the import clearance? Who's going to truck it from the port in Durban to my premises? So there's so many things to think about. Who's going to do what? Who's going to pay for what? Who's paying for insurance? And whose risk is it really? So if something happens to the cargo, let's just say the ship sinks or the container falls overboard the vessel, whose risk is it? So it means whose loss is it, right? So that's where Incoterms comes in, because Incoterms tells us who is responsible for what. Okay, please bear with me. I put this here. I know it's in English, but it's better to have a visual and before we move on to the further details of the Incoterms, right? So the first Incoterm is Ex Works, which means you'll see whatever is in blue is for you, the exporter, and whatever is in orange is for me, the importer, to do, right? So for Ex Works is where you, the exporter, will get the goods ready at your premises and have it ready, packed, and I will have to bring a truck or send my clearing and forwarding agent with their transport and pick up the goods from you, right? So the cost from your warehouse and the risk is for me. So all that way, so right from your warehouse to my premises, I pay for everything and I need to make sure that I have insurance. So you've got different Incoterms for different modes of transport. For Incoterms 2020, which is what we'll be looking at for this workshop, you have 11 Incoterms. You've got 7 Incoterms, that's for any mode of transport. So when you are exporting, so whether it's using a train or rail, or whether it's using air freight or road, using trucks or using a ship, then you can use any of these 7 Incoterms, right? And we'll go into detail with it after lunch. And then only if you're using sea transport can you use these 4. So if you've got sea transport or inland waterway transport, you can use these 4 Incoterms, right? So each Incoterm has different risks and different costs associated with it for the exporter and the importer. So when we decide that you are quoting me Ex Works, so you as a seller, you'll say, Mary, I'm selling to you on an Ex Works basis. So Ex Works, you'll give me your factory address and you'll tell me this is where you need to pick up. So you'll quote to me all the charges right up until it's packed and ready to go onto that truck, right? Which makes it easier for you because I'm coming to pick it up. You don't have to worry about it afterwards. All you have to do is make sure you give me all the documents. So regardless of what Incoterm we're using, as a seller, you need to provide me with the packing list, the commercial invoice, the certificate of origin, phytosanitary certificates, and any other related documents for the shipment. So remember, no matter what Incoterm we're using, you have to do the documents. When it comes to Xworks, yes, I'll do the transport bill of lading because I'm dealing with the transport, right? So with Xworks, it's the easiest one for sellers. All you have to do is get the goods ready for packaging and to be loaded onto the truck. The next Incoterm is free carrier. Here, you will have to have it delivered to the carrier. So here also, all you have to do is, your job is to get it to the carrier or to the first carrier's warehouse. And I will give you a contact person or a company that you need to deal with. So you will have to make sure that you get the goods to the transporter or to their warehouse, right? And it has to be offloaded by whoever's at the warehouse. So that's my part of the job. So whatever's in blue, that's your job. Whatever's in orange is mine. So the cost up until there is for you, the risk. So you will need to arrange your own insurance for that. The rest of it is for me. So from the moment you make delivery, I will give you a warehouse address, or I'll give you details of of a trucking company, that way you'd have to load it on and so on. From that point, it's my problem and my cost. So right up until it gets to me. So generally, I might be involved with the export clearance, or you might be. So we will decide between ourselves on that. Then you have the next one is carriage paid to. Here, all you're doing is to pay for the transport to destination. But the risks are for me. So I need to make sure I pay for the insurance. Okay, so some of the Incoterms may be more complicated than others, and some much simpler. So when you're choosing the Incoterm, if you don't fully understand the Incoterm, then don't use it. Because there's so many simple Incoterms that you could use. Don't complicate things if you do, especially if you're new to exports, because you could have a carriage and insurance paid to, right? Here you have to arrange the transport, you have to pay for the transport. The risk is mine, but you have to pay for the insurance. So that makes it a bit more complicated, because what if you forget to pay for that insurance? What happens then? Because I would be depending on you to pay for the insurance, even though I know it's my risk, right? So if we choose CIP, then you need to make sure that you insure the goods up until destination. But you're not insuring it for yourself, you're insuring it for me. So that's where things are complicated. So some exporters are happy to do this because they have a lot of business and they're used to it and they get good insurance rates. But if you are new to exporting, I wouldn't advise you to use CIP, because I would advise you then to use FCA or Xworks if you're using any mode of transport, because that way you don't have to worry about what happens at the borders, what happens at destination, right? Your delivery happens closer to you and you have more control closer to you. Once it gets past the border, you don't really have much control, because you're dealing with South African customs, you're dealing with South African Department of Agriculture and so on. So it does become a bit frustrating. So if you're a new exporter, use the easier Incoterms that work better for you. Here we have delivered at place. So delivered at place is where you take responsibility till it gets to destination. So until it comes to Durban, it's all your responsibility. You'll pay for the cost, you'll arrange the transport, and you pay for insurance. Delivered at place unloaded. Here again, most of the responsibility is for you, okay? all the costs, insurance, you'll deal with the transporters, and you make sure that it's unloaded for me. DDP is where the seller has the most risk and the most responsibility. So all of these, you didn't have to do, you didn't have to worry about import clearance, but DDP is delivered duty paid, which means as a seller, you're paying for all the costs, the risk, and you're doing the import clearance and any duties that might be applicable. So it's a lot of cost for an exporter. Some exporters do it, but it depends on your own responsibilities and the money that you may have available to pay for all of these charges, right? So that is why you have to be careful on which Incoterm you use. Your rules for sea and inland waterway, the first one is free alongside ship. So here, all you have to do is get it into the port, ready to be loaded onto the ship. I will book the cargo with the shipping line and make sure it comes, to South Africa, to the port, and all the other responsibilities are for me. FOB, free on board, is where you make sure the goods are on board the vessel. And from there, I will make sure, so I will give you the vessel name and the port name that you need to deliver. You make sure it gets into stacks and onto the vessel. Once it gets onto the vessel, it is my responsibility as a buyer, okay? Cost and freight. This is similar to CPT. So you'll pay for the cost till it comes to Durban. The risk passes when it gets on board the vessel. So from then onwards, I need to pay insurance. But you will have to book the cargo onto the vessel and onto the ship. And I will pay for the insurance from the time it gets onto the ship. Cost, insurance, and freight. This is where you pay for the cost for it to get to Durban. You pay for the freight and all of that. You'll arrange all the transport to get to Durban. When it gets to the port, then I'll take over the costs. The risk is yours until it gets on board the vessel. But here, again, similar to CIP, you're paying for the insurance, right? So some of these Incoterms can be complicated. I now quickly went through it just to give you an idea. So these are the 11 Incoterms for 2020. On your toolkit, you've got 2010 Incoterms as well. Okay, when we come back, we will go through the details of the Incoterms. So now we'll be breaking for lunch. You will go and have your lunch, and once you come back in an hour, we will continue with more details of Incoterms. So I'm sure you may have questions, but we can leave it for a little later when we're finishing the presentations today before you do your assignment. Can I hand over back to you, Nelly?
Thank you, Mary. Obrigada, Mary.
Thank you.
Nós vamos sair agora para o almoço, que já deve estar pronto, era para as 12. Então nós vamos e voltamos daqui a 1 hora. Obrigada.
Thank you. Welcome back from your lunch, everyone. Is the interpreter on?
Seu Narciso está?
Okay, I hope you had enjoyed your lunch. I will now continue to share the Incoterms, which we'll continue with. Okay. So we went over the 2020 Incoterms, where we had 7 Incoterms for any mode of transport, and we've got 4 Incoterms for sea freight.
Mary, we can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Nelly. Okay, as I said before, we've got Incoterms for different modes of transport. So your first set of Incoterms for 2020 has 7 Incoterms for any mode of transport. So these Incoterms you can use for rail, you can use for air freight, for road freight, and for sea freight. And then you've got 4 Incoterms that you can only use for sea freight and inland waterway. Now, the Incoterms are there to make life easier for the buyer and the seller. And in your regional cross-border trade toolkit, you will find towards the end the 2010 and the 2020 Incoterms. We've added both sets of Incoterms because 2010 Incoterms are still being used globally, and 2020 Incoterms are quite new. So if you go to page, I think it's page 31 of your toolkit, you will find the Incoterms there. Okay, so I've explained what each Incoterm means for 2020. On your toolkit, you'll find the tool is very easy to use. If you go to 2020 Incoterms, you'll see X works there. So X works is used as EXW, free carrier is FCA, carriage paid to is CPT, carriage and insurance paid to is CIP. So whenever you are using Incoterms globally and in your documents, all you have to do is use the acronym, right? So if you have decided with the buyer to use X works from your warehouse, then you will have to put the EXW and the address of your warehouse, okay? And Incoterms 2020. The reason we put the year is because there's different rules sometimes for different years. So just make sure that when you are checking the Incoterms on what you need to do, you're checking the correct year and you're using the correct year. Okay, and here on this column, we've got the delivery place. So for X works, the delivery place is at the buyer's disposal. It's at the seller's premises, but at the buyer's disposal, meaning if you are the seller, you make delivery at your premises, right? And for it to be at the buyer's disposal, it means that the buyer must be able to access it easily, and they must just be able to just pack it onto a truck. So they mustn't have to go and look for the goods in your warehouse. It has to be separated from other goods in your warehouse, and it must be packaged and labeled accordingly. So all the buyer needs to do is send a transporter to come and pick it up from your warehouse, and you'll easily just show them where these boxes are or the pallets are, and they will just make sure that it goes onto the truck. You as the seller will be responsible for making sure that you've got all your documents ready and the goods are packaged. So your documents like your certificate of origin, your commercial invoice, your packing list, all has to be, and your phytosanitary certificates need to be handed over to the buyer. So you will email those documents to the buyer, and if you have original documents that need to go to them, you'll make sure that it is couriered to the buyer. Okay, obviously this will depend on what your payment method is. So if the buyer is paying in advance, yes, you'll send the documents to them if they've already paid. If it's a letter of credit, you'll submit the documents to the bank. If it's a documentary credit, you'll submit the documents to the bank again. And if it's an open account, as soon as you've shipped the goods, you'll send the documents to the buyer, and then they will eventually pay you. Okay, so remember all of these things, as much as it's being explained separately, they do tie in together. It's a bit complex to understand sometimes, but if you go through the toolkit, you'll see that it is a bit, we've tried to make the toolkit simple for you to understand, And for all, if you're a business owner, you don't have to memorize the Incoterms. All you have to do is go onto your toolkit. And if you want to use free carrier, which is FCA, you'll just see that it's for any mode of transport. This is how you write it, FCA, with the address, incomes 2020. This is where your delivery takes place to the first carrier, what you are responsible for as a seller, what documents you need to provide, and who does the clearing, okay? And where does risk pass? So risk passes when you've handed it over to the first carrier. As you go through each Incoterm, you'll find that it's all explained. It'll tell you exactly what the seller needs to do and exactly who needs to clear and what the buyer needs to do and where you need to hand over the insurance part. So when does risk pass? So with FCA, risk passes at the first carrier. With carriage paid to, the risk passes also at the first carrier. Carriage and insurance paid to, the risk passes at the first carrier. But remember, as a seller, you need to purchase that insurance on behalf of the buyer. So as I've said before, if an Incoterm seems a bit complicated for you, use the simplest Incoterm that you can find that your buyer agrees to. Okay, moving on to DAP, which is delivered at place at destination. So here you'll make sure that you will deliver at a named place at destination. So I will give you a warehouse name, which you'll deliver to, or a depot or a terminal. You will arrange for it to be delivered there. I will do the import clearance. You will pay for the cost, and the risk is right up until you make that delivery at destination. From the time it's delivered at destination at the warehouse or depot, I will take over and pay for the cost and so on, right? Delivered at place unloaded, here you just make sure that you've unloaded the goods. Delivered duty paid, this is where you have the most responsibility as an exporter, where you do everything, including the import clearance. Only here, I just need to offload it from the truck and move it into my warehouse. Okay. Moving on to the sea freight Incoterms again, you've got your free alongside ship. So your costs and risk are passed on to the buyer once it's in stack for the export shipment, right? So when it's ready and right next to the ship within the port of Luanda or Lobito, you will make sure that it gets to the right port, to the right ship, and from there your risk passes. So right up until then, you need to make sure you've got insurance, you've paid for the transport and so on, and the export clearance. Free on board, you will make sure that it gets onto the ship at whichever port that we've decided to use. And once it's on the ship, it is my responsibility. So I will have booked under FAS, under free alongside ship, and under FOB, free on board. I will make sure that I have booked the cargo with the shipping line. With CFR and CIF, you have to pay for the shipment or the sea freight, and you have to do the bookings with the shipping line. You have to deal with the transporters. And with CFR, the risk passes once it's on board the vessel, and I pay for the insurance. With CIF, again, the risk passes once it's on board the vessel, but you pay for the insurance on my behalf, okay? And remember, you don't have to remember all of this. Even if it is a bit confusing now, just always refer to the toolkit. I've used the Incoterms 2010 book and the Incoterms 2020 book. Both were published by the ICC, the International Chamber of Commerce, and we've tried to simplify it as much as possible, because as business owners or as exporters, you do not expect exporters to know every single Incoterm. They don't need to. All you need to know as an exporter is, what am I responsible for? when it comes to this Incoterm or whatever Incoterm we're using. So if I'm using FOB, what am I responsible for? If I'm using free carrier, what am I responsible for? So always remember that you need to worry about what you need to do. Under all Incoterms, as the exporter, you are responsible for preparing the documents. The only document an importer will need to prepare is usually the import permit, where they will ultimately be responsible for getting that and applying for that in South Africa. And in some cases, it will be the transport bill of lading, right? So, like I said, you don't need to memorize any of this. It's on the toolkit and it's easy for you to use. Okay, so that was the Incoterms that we've covered. And we've covered the methods of payment. So you've got your 4 methods of payment, which is your cash in advance, your letter of credit, and your documentary credit, right? And your open account at the end there, okay? So now we'll be moving on to creating the timeline for exports, okay? So what we're looking at when we're looking at creating a timeline, we're looking at how long from the time you start giving a quote to a client till the time it gets to the client. So how much of time does it take, right? So the timelines are not on the toolkit. So this is something I've just added on for the workshop, so you understand how to prepare your shipments and how to actually, if I'm the buyer and I ask you, when can you make delivery? You need to understand the timeline to make the delivery, right? So the timeline, you need to look at your export quote. How long does it take to get a quote? Remember, your quote involves your cost of producing the goods, even the labor, even the raw materials, and where, depending on your Incoterm. So if you are using FCA as an Incoterm, which is free carrier, which means you make delivery at the first carrier, you need to look at how much does it cost you to transport the goods from your warehouse to the first carrier. So that you need to include in your quote. You also need to look at your clearing and forwarding agents, how you deal with them. You need to get quotes from them and choose them appropriately. And also choose clearing and forwarding agents who know the market that you're sending to. So choose a clearing and forwarding agent who may have agents in South Africa, or they have their own branches in South Africa, so it makes it easier for you to deal with them. And it will be easier for you to track your cargo, okay? And then you can let the buyer know when the cargo will arrive in South Africa. Your pro forma invoice, within the toolkit, you'll find examples of pro forma invoices, and which tells you what to include, and then processing the export order. This is where you are getting the order ready for shipment, and you are getting your raw materials, you're getting it processed, and at the same time, you are busy preparing your documents for that shipment, right? So you're preparing the shipment itself. So if I've asked you for 100 t-shirts, you would be busy getting it made according to the color that I've asked and the specifications that I've asked for. At the same time, you will be getting the packing list ready to tell me you're putting it in 10 cartons, and it will be packaged, and it's 100 t-shirts and so on. And you'll get your commercial invoice ready, and any other documents, your certificate of origin, and whatever else you need to get ready for me, you'll need to get that ready while you're getting the shipment ready as well. And the documentation you will have to send through to me, and you'll use the same documents to do your export clearance. I will also be using the same documents to do my import clearance. So what you've sent on the export side, I will still be using that on the import side to clear with customs. okay? And then you need to look at presenting your documents for payment. So you are either presenting the documents to me as the buyer, and I pay on based on whether you're presenting the documents to me, or you present the documents to the bank. So if you're using a letter of credit or a documentary credit, you're presenting the documents to the bank. If you're using cash in advance or open account, you're presenting the documents to me, the buyer. So we've arranged on how I'm making payment, and you'll make sure that you're presenting the documents to the right people. So it's either to me or to the bank. And then the last part of your export process is the after-sales service. And this is where you're dealing with me after you've made the sale, and your normal customer service of actually calling the customer and seeing if I'm happy with the goods that you've sold me, and if I want to make any more orders from you. Okay, so that's the export process. On the import side, I, as an importer, I must make sure that I'm registered as an importer. I must also have my own clearing and forwarding agent. And I must do my import clearance once you've sent me the documents. So those documents that you've prepared, that commercial invoice, the packing list, phytosanitary certificates, certificate of origin, you need to send to me. Transport bill of lading, you would also need to send to me if you've arranged a transport, or I may already have it if I've arranged. So if I've gone to the shipping line and made the booking, then yes, I would have the bill of lading, or they may have released the bill of lading to you, which you would courier to me. Okay, so moving on from there. So what you'll find is when there are no documents, or if the documents are not correct, or if I don't have an import permit, the shipments will be stopped for inspection. If the shipment is stopped for inspection, then we will incur additional cost. So some of that additional cost will be the storage cost. So it'll come through to customs. Customs will have a look at the documentation. If they are not happy with it, they will stop the shipment. So when they actually stop it, what it means is that it is under customs responsibility, right? Or it could be under the Department of Agriculture responsibility. So that means I can't take that shipment under any circumstances. So customs will say, okay, this is stopped. We need to move it to a customs depot. So they'll tell you specifically, this is the depot you need to take it to. So I'll make sure that my transporter takes it there. And once it's gone to the depot, they will arrange for when customs can go through and inspect it. In that time, whatever costs are incurred, like the storage costs at the depot, and if there's any fines incurred, then I would need to make payment of that. And then only after I've made the payment will I get release of my shipment, right? So stopped shipments can be a very big problem. And that is why I say, when you're dealing with an importer in South Africa, make sure that they have the import permit for whatever cargo you are sending to them. It is the importer's duty to get that import certificate, if it's agricultural products or meat products. So if I'm ordering from you, it's my duty. The minute I get a quote from you and I'm happy with it, I need to start applying for that import permit, okay? So you can always ask the importer, do you have your import permit for this product? And that is why we've put this information on the toolkit. So both the exporter and the importer have the same information. And you both can work from that information to make sure that there are no delays with the shipment, right? So these are the processes for the exports. So you've got your export process, you've got the import process, and they all tie in ultimately to the whole supply chain process, right? So there's different parts of the process that you need to look at. The first part is establishing the contract. When we are talking about establishing the contract, we're talking about you're the seller and me the buyer, how we go about working on the contract, the price, the quantity of the goods, how it's going to be packaged, all of that. So whatever we discuss, the Incoterm, the payment method, that is us establishing the contract. Okay. Then you've got your transport procedures and contracts. Here we are talking about the relationship that we have with our transporters and the shipping lines. When you make a booking with a shipping line or with a clearing and forwarding agent, you are entering into a contract with them. So your transport procedures and contract is when we have, as the buyer and seller, we've got relationships with the transporters, okay? So when we're looking for quotes, we contact a few transporters, we get the quote and we decide who we're going to use and we book our cargo with them. Okay, so that's all part of those procedures. Then you've got your regulatory procedures. So these are procedures that we have with regard to customs, the different ministries, whether it's the Ministry of Agriculture, whether you need to deal with the Department of Trade and Industry to get your certificate of origin. So all the different organizations that we need to deal with. And your financial procedures. So your financial procedures is getting the letter of credit arranged, making sure that you have funds for your export. So if you're producing more than normal, so let's just say for a normal shop in Luanda, you are selling 20 t-shirts per week. And now suddenly you have an order for 100 t-shirts. Okay. You may need more funding to make those 100 t-shirts because now you've got to buy more material, you've got to buy more dye, more cotton, you've got to have more workers to make these t-shirts. So you might need more funding. So your financial procedures is about making sure you have the funding, right? It's also about making sure that we've got the letter of credit done. And for me as the buyer, I need to make sure I have the money to purchase the goods. So on my side, I may have my own financial procedures. And then we've got the rate of exchange to worry about. So all of these things are different processes, but for one shipment, right? So you've got so many people to deal with, so many different processes. And then you have to look at your timeline. So when you're looking at your timeline, you've got to think about how long does it take to do a quote? How long does it take to get transport from your warehouse to the port? How long does it take for a ship from go from Durban to Cape Town or Durban to South Africa? From Luanda to Cape Town or from Luanda to Durban, right? So that will depend on, the different routes that the ships take and so on. So all of that you need to look at. So if I ask you today, I want to order 100 t-shirts from you, when can you deliver? Or I want to order fish from you, when can you deliver? So you need to understand, okay, if I'm ordering fish or if I'm ordering meat, these are the processes I need to follow. You need to get or if I'm ordering some agricultural product, the phytosanitary certificate or the vet certificate, all your documentation. So there's a lot of processes that you need to look at when looking at your timelines. I did not put a timeline on this presentation because in your assignment, I do ask you to do a timeline, but I don't expect you to get it perfectly done. I just want you to have an idea that every single process takes time. Okay. So that's it for what we've covered here. And what we'll be doing now is I will give you a brief on the assignment. And then if you have any questions for me before you start the assignment, then let me know. In the meantime, I've got my contact details up on the screen. If you need it, please take it down, or you can contact me via the USA Trade Hub. Okay, so you can contact Nelly and ask her to pass on your questions or queries on to me. Okay, I'm just going to get the assignment ready. 1 second.
There's a question, just a minute.
A Mary focou tanto nos requisitos para importar como para exportar. O formulário do controle cambial é novo para mim e gostaria que explicasse o que quer dizer. E aonde o formulário do controle cambial, aonde adquirir, se é no banco, provavelmente será, mas se eu não tiver certeza, depois o pessoal do banco pode me dizer que não é com eles e criar alguma situação.
On your side, you would need to get it, I think, from the bank. You might be able to find it online, but I'm not sure what the process is in Angola for getting the exchange rate control from, to be honest. So I think maybe check with your colleagues in the room. I honestly don't have the answer for that. And normally we would get it online or with our banks.
Na verdade, também a ideia era perceber qual é o fim. É garantir ao comprador que o câmbio não vai alterar?
That's just for your central bank in Angola. They need to control what money goes out of the country and what comes in and for what purpose. So usually, whenever any money goes into or out of a country, it is controlled by the central bank within the country. And they want to know, obviously, that it's legal money. So it's going out or it's coming in for legal reasons. So they will ask for the reason, and you'll provide the reasons for what that money is being used for. So if I get dollars into my bank account, I need to give a reason why I've gotten that money. So if somebody pays me in US dollars, before I even get the money released to me, I have to provide a reason. And with us, we've got online banking, so that's how we do it, automatically on online banking. So I'm not sure what the process is in Angola for that. So whatever money comes in or goes out, we have to know what it is for.
Acho que sei qual é o procedimento. Em Angola é a partir de 1,5 milhão que temos que justificar a proveniência de valores. Acho que é o mesmo procedimento, mas é algo que temos que enviar ao importador ou temos que ter connosco para apresentar ao Banco Nacional? Porque aparecia ali nos requisitos para importação e exportação.
You don't need to send it to the importer. It's just a process that you need to follow on your side. It's just part of it, one of the many processes when you're exporting.
Já podemos seguir para o exercício prático.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the assignment, you will get 1 hour, I think, to work on it. You don't have to answer it perfectly for now, because you don't really have that much time. So what we've tried to do is make the assignment as practical as possible. For this assignment, you need to choose one product that you would like to export from Angola to South Africa and present it to the rest of the participants and to me and to the USA Trade Hub. So when you've chosen your product, You will then choose the method of payment that you'll be selling it with and the Incoterm. You will also need to calculate, because we don't have customs duties. So the second part is you will calculate the customs duties, but you'll actually be calculating not the customs duties because it's zero. You'll be calculating the VAT. And then if there's any other cost that you know of, like the freight cost or the transport cost, then you can add it in to say, okay, these are the final costs for sending my cargo to South Africa. As I've said, you may not know it, so don't worry too much about the actual numbers because you don't have much time to work on the assignment. Then you need to look at the timeline, like how long will it take to get your cargo to South Africa from the moment that you quote till it gets to South Africa. So you may have an idea, and you can go and search online to see, you know, how long it takes a ship to go from Luanda to Durban or from Lobito to Cape Town, whichever port you're going to be using. And also look at how long it takes for you to process the product that you've chosen. The last part is quite important, I think, is because here you have to look at the barriers to exporting the product that you want. So look at what barriers there are, what are the issues, the challenges with exporting from Angola, and look at how we can actually solve those problems. So don't just look at, okay, these are the problems and that's the end of it. You need to look at what are the problems and how can I work within those problems? Because having been in logistics for years and shipping for years, there will always be problems. You will never get, moments where you don't have major problems happening. Right now, we've got the issue with Russia and Ukraine, and that's affecting logistics. We had COVID, that affected logistics. So everything affects shipping and logistics. And even the problems that we have in our own countries, it affects logistics. So we may have all these barriers, we may have all these delays, but we need to find ways to work within them because we can't avoid them a lot of the times. You know, some of these problems can only be solved with government intervention or policy changes within the country, which sometimes we don't have control over. But please, when you're thinking about the barriers, think of how we can work within them or solve them. Okay, so that is the assignment. You choose a product that you want to export to South Africa. You choose your method of payment and your Incoterm. You calculate the VAT, which is shown on the toolkit as well. You think about as well the timeline, and then you look at the barriers. So I think there might be flip charts in the room. I'm not sure, Nelly, if you can help me with that. But you can present, you can actually go into groups. So if you are from the same organization or if you would like to work with each other, please form groups and then you can present as a team or choose one person to present. Okay, so you will just get a few minutes to present, so under 10 minutes, and then you'll have an hour to actually prepare. Okay, Nelly, can I hand over to you now, and then they can decide on the teams and so on.
Thank you. Obrigada. Vamos então formar talvez 2 grupos de 5 em vez de 3, não é? 2 grupos de 5. E existe alguma dúvida com relação ao trabalho? Existe alguma dúvida com relação ao trabalho em questão? Ou exercício?
Any doubts about the work?
Não?
To do?
Ok. Então nós podemos começar. Nós temos que ver, talvez, assim como já estamos sentados, mais alguém para este lado, ou se quisermos fazer por instituição, adicionávamos os 2 exportadores que temos aqui. Aqui estão. Pronto. Tá? Okay. Thank you, Mary. We are creating the groups, and it's going to be 2 groups of 5 each.
Are there any questions?
Okay. Thank you. Obrigada. Mary, is there anything else you need to add?
Not from my side, so you can go ahead with your assignments and good luck.
Thank you. Obrigada. Até já.
Boa tarde mais uma vez. Vamos começar com a apresentação dos exercícios práticos. Vou passar para o primeiro grupo.
Boa tarde a todos, mais uma vez.
I'm here.
Alô?
Okay, great.
Ok, obrigada. Bem, muito obrigada a todos. Nós estamos a Angola Bananas, conseguimos um contrato, ou um cliente, melhor dito, na África do Sul, e estamos a exportar o nosso primeiro contentor para o cliente, com 18 toneladas de banana verde tratada. Nós escolhemos a forma de pagamento, como é o primeiro pagamento para assegurar as duas partes. Escolhemos a carta de crédito irrevogável, que protege tanto o comprador como o vendedor. Estamos a trabalhar com o Standard Bank, visto que os bancos existem nos dois países e para facilitar as operações. Preparamos a fatura comercial, o conhecimento de embarque, que é para a carta de crédito. Também fizemos um estudo de quanto tempo levará o navio até Durban, que o cliente está em Durban, são 10 dias. E a nossa carta de crédito tem uma maturação de 30 dias, ou seja, depois de a mercadoria chegar na origem, o cliente tem 30 dias para fazer o pagamento. O Incoterms é o FOB, que é Free on Board. Nós temos a preocupação de entregar a mercadoria até o navio, pagar o transporte, as autorizações e que, consequentemente, fazem parte do custo de exportação. Bem, o produto ou o contentor tem um custo de $20.000 a base, no caso do produto. Nós gastamos $650 com as autorizações, que são as certificações. O transporte, a nível de direitos aduaneiros, gastamos $677, porque trata-se de uma exportação, não cobra IVA e estamos isentos, portanto, pagamos apenas os elementos aduaneiros. Portanto, o custo total para o cliente ficou de $22.527. Bem, em relação ao cronograma, nós levamos 2 dias para fechar o contrato, assinar um contrato, pronto, e escrever a responsabilidade das partes, de cada um, não é? Levamos 5 dias para colher e preparar o produto, que é para ele não amadurecer durante os 10 dias que vai estar no navio. Levamos 1 dia para escolher a transportadora, estamos a trabalhar com a Maersk. As autorizações, que é o fitossanitário, o certificado de origem, a licença de exportação, levaram 3 dias. E o processo com o banco, com a LC, também levou 3 dias. A nível de barreiras, bem, normalmente são os procedimentos regulamentares que mudam muitas vezes sem pré-aviso. Por causa da Covid, a redução na força de trabalho, nunca sabemos com o que contar. E por causa da nova crise, novo problema a nível, essa guerra que temos entre a Rússia e a Ucrânia, faz com que os combustíveis aumentem e, consequentemente, o cliente final possa ou não, pode vir a desistir do negócio, porque o preço final do produto ficará muito caro. E depois também uma das outras barreiras são as normas e regras que existem no país de destino. Pode ser uma das barreiras que faz com que não celebremos o contrato. Bem, e é isso que tínhamos para dizer. Obrigada.
Thank you to Angola Banana. Well done on your answers. It's a very well thought out presentation. With very realistic timelines. Just a question, does your importer in South Africa have an import permit?
Sim, o nosso importador trabalhava com a América do Sul, só que o solo da América do Sul já não é a mesma coisa, então ele está à procura de outra solução dentro da região, e Angola foi uma das selecionadas.
Okay, and your customs duties, please remember you don't have customs duties between SADC countries. Just make sure you have your certificate of origin.
Sim, tenho conhecimento disso. Temos conhecimento, Angola Bananas tem conhecimento. Mas em Angola paga-se pelo menos 2% de emolumentos.
Okay, thank you. Oh, okay, that's a local charge. Okay, and thank you for the barriers. Yes, with COVID, there's been less staff in different government organizations. It does take long to get approvals and licenses and whatever documentations that we need. So it's always good to apply as early as possible. Thank you to the first team and well done. I'm looking forward now to the second team's presentation.
Obrigada.
Isso não vai dar certo. Pois, estava a dizer, como improvisar não é crime. Então, aqui vamos. Bom, boa tarde a todos. Nós somos a empresa Castanhas de Caju de Angola, vocacionada também à exportação desta matéria. Recebemos solicitação de importação ou de exportação proveniente de uma empresa sul-africana sediada em Durban. Cumprimos com os procedimentos, tendo em conta que a solicitante tem a declaração ou certificado de importação. No total, cumprimos com o pagamento das taxas exigidas, nomeadamente a percentagem do IVA, já que optamos pelo Incoterm FOB, Free on Board. Tivemos um gasto com IVA na percentagem de, ou seja, de $3.000. Também os 10% do FOB que correspondeu a 2.000, que totalizou $5.000 de despesas até o produto chegar ao destino, obedecendo também a carta de crédito como método de pagamento, com uma duração de 10 dias, que também teve, ou seja, o produto chegaria em 5 dias e depois de 5 dias estaria confirmado o pagamento, ou teríamos a confirmação do pagamento efetuado pelo cliente. Como barreiras, nós notamos alguma burocracia no sistema bancário, alguma letargia no processo alfandegário, como também os constrangimentos impostos pela pandemia da Covid-19 serviram de barreiras. Bom, como é que esses constrangimentos, essas barreiras podem ser aliviadas? Nós achamos que o banco poderia imprimir maior celeridade e trabalhar com maior seriedade, tendo em conta que é um processo de transação de um país para o outro e a confiança entra em jogo, mesmo também o dinamismo e a credibilidade do próprio banco também é tido em conta. Quanto à letargia notada na alfândega, nós achamos que devem ser também mais profissionais e, sobretudo, dinâmicos no seu trabalho. Constrangimentos ou barreiras causadas pela Covid-19. Bom, estão ainda em estudo as melhores formas de prevenir-se, ou seja, de suportar ou de contornar estes constrangimentos, mas achamos que se as transportadoras cumprirem com os métodos de prevenção, poderão cumprir com o seu trabalho sem quaisquer constrangimentos. Não existem muitas, não temos como inventar a Covid, temos que saber ultrapassar com as medidas de segurança. Em suma, é o que nós conseguimos reunir.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere. I have questions. Okay, so you said you will deliver in 10 days. How are you transporting the cashew nuts to Durban?
Bom, nós trabalhamos com a DHL, que deu-nos a garantia de, em 10 dias, fazer a entrega da mercadoria.
Okay. And how long does it take to process the cashew nuts? And what processes are you following? So are you just selling raw cashew nuts, or are you processing the cashew nuts?
Bom, o método é de acordo à solicitação do nosso cliente, mas nós vendemos a castanha crua. Bom, quanto a
Okay, thank you. You said that you'll deliver after payment, but with a letter of credit, you'll need to get the shipment ready first and submit the documents to the bank. So while you're busy making that delivery, you'll be getting your payment. So you can't actually deliver after payment. You'll get the delivery ready, you'll send it with DHL, and then the bank will pay you. Okay. So just an update on that. Other than that, well done and thank you. I think, yes, when you mentioned the customer service delays with the bank, that is an issue because it may delay your letters of credit. And also with banks being private companies, they should focus on customer service. So, you know, you can always put pressure on a bank if it is a private company. So it might, they need to actually just offer better service. It's, you know, normally with government offices and ministries and departments, we are used to, you know, slow service. But when it comes to private companies like banks, we do expect a lot better service from them. And yes, you are right with, I agree with the transportation companies. They should already know what needs to be done to comply with COVID-19. They need to know if the drivers need tests, and they need to know what processes they need to follow. So there shouldn't really be any delays from there because we've been going through COVID-19 since, yes. I mean, we had our first lockdown in 2020, and we've had processes in place since then. So these are not new processes. So thank you, and very good points. Yes, so thank you to both the teams. Well done. Okay, Nelly, it's just 2 teams, right? So can I move on to the usage tracker?
Podemos sim, yes. we can move forward. It was just two teams.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have created a usage tracker for the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit, and this is specifically for you who have joined us for this training to see how you are using the toolkit. So if you can just keep track of how you're using the toolkit by updating your country, your name, organization, email, and telephone number. This will be sent out to you, and we will translate it to Portuguese so you can fill it out. So when you are helping other companies, so remember, this training is for you to use for your own companies as well as to train other people on how to use the toolkit. So the assignment that you've done would have given you experience on using the toolkit, on where to find the information. And in this way, when there's other companies that need assistance, there's other people that need help with exports, you can just, give them a copy of the toolkit or show them where they can find it on the Satyha website. We do have copies, and I'm sure Nelly can email copies to you that you can pass on to other people, because we want as many companies as possible to understand the export processes. And this is the only way to start increasing the exports from the different countries, from Angola to South Africa and all the other countries. So when you do assist any of the companies, please keep track of it with the date, company name, name of the contact person that you're dealing with, their gender, email address, telephone, and most importantly, what products they're looking to export to South Africa. And the final part will be the feedback on the Regional Cross-Border Trade Toolkit. The reason why we are looking at this, and we need your assistance with completing this, just for the next few weeks till the end of March, we're keeping track of it. This will allow us to see if it has been useful and if it does cover the skills that our partners were looking for, the exporters were looking for. And we just need to make sure that we are meeting the requirements and are helping you to increase the exports from your country. So from my side, thank you for attending today. Thank you for participating and for all the questions. And I hope that if you have any other questions, you will contact me or contact Nelly, who can pass on my details to you. And please let us know if there's any way we can help you. We've got the African Trade Platform where you can start listing your products. And I think Nelly can assist you with that. But there are a lot of projects that the USA Trade Hub is involved in. So before the project actually closes, please try and get as much help as possible. Thank you to CCIA for being part of this workshop, and to all the participants, and to MA Solutions for assisting us with our technical difficulties. So back to you, Nelly, and thank you to the USA Trade Hub team who's working in the background.
Thank you, Mary. Muito obrigada. Obrigada a todos. Obrigada a colegas da Sati Hub que ficaram até esta hora. O normal seria terminarmos às 12, mas nós estamos aqui e há quem resistiu. Muito obrigada. Para os participantes, obrigada pelas apresentações. Gostamos muito, significa que estamos atentos à formação e vamos pedir que é para fazer-se o preenchimento, portanto, da avaliação da formação, que já partilhamos por WhatsApp, aceder, e enquanto isso nós podemos terminar com um café que já está servido ali fora, e vamos conversando um bocadinho para coordenarmos os próximos passos. Muito obrigada. Obrigada. Queiram desculpar, nós temos os certificados para distribuir para os participantes. Vamos ali para frente, não é? Pois. Oh, já havia me esquecido, não sei como. Devido à alteração de alguma das listas, pode haver alguém que não vai receber hoje. Nós pedimos que é para confirmarmos com antecedência, mas nós vamos produzir e depois podemos partilhar. O Sr. Jorge Pinto, por favor. Muito obrigada. Obrigada. A doutora Núria Fortunato. Sim, era melhor. Obrigada. Parabéns. Foi rápido. Foi rápido. Obrigada. Doutor Osvaldo Torres. Será mais prático se formos do outro lado por causa deste fio, é só por aí. Pronto, muito obrigada. Obrigada. Doutora Luzia da Costa. Já, olha, já está aqui. Obrigada. Doutor Wilson Rodrigues. Obrigada. Obrigada. Doutor José João Colo. Aqui umas fotografias extras. Acho que há aqui umas fotografias extras.
Pois.
Obrigada. Parabéns.
Queria pegar também.
Desculpa?
Tirar.
Ah, também? Obrigada. Doutor Euclides Jesus. Obrigada, tá, parabéns. Aqui, acho que é aqui algumas câmeras. Não. Doutora Marlene José. Obrigada. Ok, tá. Muito obrigada. Ficou alguém sem certificado dos que estão presentes? Ok. Depois nós vamos emitir e enviar. Sim, participação. Muito obrigada mais uma vez. Estão servidos o café e networking aqui fora. Obrigada.